fine, Miss Karen.
Oh, great.
Where am I?
affect play.
Right. So there's no stones in March.
Yeah, for the Piper and the channel.
There's like a bunch of dirt in that corner.
Just a slightly difference from the 5 months usually. Oh, it's not this one. Yeah, it's straight. Yes. You're not getting that on there.
That's cool, man. Have you ever seen the World Cup trophy?
Yeah.
It's cool. It was very. I went to a tournament where they rolled out the World Cup trophy and paid it. I don't know how much they paid for it. It was a lot. Please don't let that fall.
Yep. Ready? I'm ready. What corner?
Good morning, curling fans. Welcome to the final day and the final event of the USWCA 5 and Under Bonspiel hosted at Broomstones. My name is Matt Hughes. I'll be walking through the final today of our top division. Teams between Cute as a Button Draw, which is a Broomstones team, and Team Orlando Starfish from Bucks County. Go through the order of the teams here. For Broomstones, the skip is Dylan Wright. The vice is Jonathan Bashford. The second is Jared Smith. And the lead is Allison O'Connor. And for Bucks County, the skip is John Trader. The vice is Dave Grassi. The second is Jeff Gelman. And the lead is John Frank. So lead rocks coming through here. Team Broomstones with the hammer, throwing the red rocks. Bucks County came in top 4 on their first rock. And Allison looking for the nose hit. Jared on the sweep. This will catch plenty of the nose. Slight flop to the left. But a nice rock from Allison to start. And it looks like we might see a hit end to start our final. Reminder for all games are streamed. So if you have an interest in one of our other finals this morning, there are separate links on our Broomstone YouTube page. So you can certainly catch that as well. We also have a new stream where we have our all house view that I believe our commentary is also being piped in on. So definitely check out the other streams if you're so inclined. Have a lot of great action from our final day here. So last of lead rocks here. Allison looking for another nose hit. Looking pretty good. We get a little flop towards the 8-foot. And so far, no missed shots from our leads in the final. So good to see. Good start. So this is the second for Bucks County. Jeff Gelman throwing the in-turn hit, looking like control weight. On the outside of the rock right now, but it should move with this lower weight. The question will be, will it stick around? And it will. Looks like it will, yes. Nice control down weight there to keep the shooter in the rings. And Dylan wastes no time asking for the in-turn hit from Jared. Got a little intel from our team from Bucks County on their team name, Orlando Starfish. If you had questions about that team name, you're not alone. So they played an event last year where they were on an adjacent sheet to a team from Orlando, and I believe there was a fall from the skip from the Orlando team that may have distracted our Bucks team today. And they described the fall as laying like a starfish, all arms and legs spread out, spread eagle style. So that is the origin of the team name in the very shortest form. Thanks to John Trader, the skip, for describing that to me this morning. So there are no Orlando curlers on this team. It was simply a funny incident from last year. So if you were dying to know like me, that's the story. So a few more nose hits here as we start our final. Good way to start the final for a lot of teams with a hit end, kind of ease the jitters. Just throw your nice control weight, whatever weight you got to kind of stick your shooter around is not a bad way to, start a big game like this. So last of second rocks, Jared. The first rollout of the game, but really no harm, no foul, as Bucks County will simply attempt to draw one now to the top 8, is where John's pointing his broom. So we are, I believe, are on Vice Rocks. So this will be Dave Grassi. Throwing the out turn. Comes out of the hack. Seems to maybe be a little bit heavy from where I'm seeing. Sweepers are not on this rock, but looks like it's trying to come down a little bit. But I believe this will go all the way through the rings, and looks like that was close to hack weight there. So early miss, but again, with no rocks in the house, not of major consequence, as Dylan will just look to draw to the side of the house and make a hit a bit more tricky on a line that we might not have seen this end so far. So Jonathan Bashford, the vice of Team Broomstones, throwing the intern. Again, sweepers right off this rock, concerned about the weight. Looks like this might go through the rings as well. Might be a little quick this morning for our teams, but this will stick around in the back 12 and will be a rock that Bucks County needs to deal with. Indication is maybe control weight. Just looking for a nose hit. Could certainly freeze to that rock if you're Bucks, or maybe even draw in front of it since it's in the back of the house. But more conservative call, kind of just keeping it clean in the first end, and not wanting to give Broomstones an opportunity to get two. Rock is underway here. Looks like it's on the outside of the rock right now. Will it curl and hit this rock? No, it'll flash on the wide side. So Broomstones, an opportunity now to split the house and potentially generate their deuce with hammer. Bashford will look for something on the other side of the house to separate these rocks to make any double attempt very difficult. Sweepers not laying a brush to this rock yet, so they're concerned about the weight, but it looks like it's coming down, and I think it'll definitely stick around, and it'll be around back T line and nicely separated. So these rocks will be very hard to double. There is a slightly different depth to these rocks, so you could certainly look to hit and maybe flop towards that other red rock, but don't think, certainly at this level, probably not the ability to make the double. But I think he'll be very happy with just flopping towards that other red rock to sort of group these rocks closer together. So we're on skip rocks here for Bucks. John Trader looking for the intern hit. Comes out. And the line is looking a little wide to me. And this is going to struggle to make contact. And this will flash on the wide side, so a couple misses out of Bucks early, giving Broomstones an opportunity to sit 3 in the house with hammer. And quick decision from Dylan. Looking like he'll throw an intern here. Wouldn't hate to see something in between these two red rocks to make any double attempt difficult. Of course, the concern is if you're light on the center line, you give Bucks a chance to draw around that rock. So I think that's what Dylan's trying to avoid here. Probably looking for something top 8 in front of that red rock in the back of the house. And we'll ask Bucks to make a double. So rock is away. Again, sweepers right off this rock seem to think it's all there. Now Jared's on the sweep. And again, the rock looks all there to me from here. Looks like we might see a freeze to this back red. And it'll just nestle up against it and leave a fairly easy double on those two red rocks in the back of the house. Or potentially a freeze, which might leave them shot. So I think that's what Bucks is thinking about. Maybe a freeze to that pocket. And this could potentially really be a bailout for Bucks, as if they're able to make this freeze, it'd be pretty difficult for Dylan to get rid of that rock. John Trader setting up the broom, middle of the 4-foot. Counting for about 3.5 to 4 feet of curl here on this line. And really trying to bail his team out here after what, to be honest, I think there were about 3 flash hits in this end for Bucks, so if they can make this draw, can certainly bail them out. Rock is away. Line looks pretty good from here. Needs to curl. Sweepers again right off this rock. They think it might be a bit heavy. And this is going to struggle, I think, to get over to the pocket. And Bashford will let this go. It does hit the red rock and does put it in a position where it certainly can be jammed. It is sitting shot, so Dylan will have to move this rock. But he can hit on the high side and probably at the worst lose one of those back reds and still score at least 2. But there is certainly a shot here to pick it clean and probably keep your shooter for 4. So big shot early here from Dylan. Given the broom, he's probably throwing control weight, about 10.5 hog to hog. So I think, again, he'll be happy to hit anywhere on the high side, outside of the rock, and not jam. Rock is away. And this needs to curl on this line. Allison trying to push it over. It is coming over, and it will make contact. And it will be very nice. A great shot from Dylan, avoiding the jam. And that's a quick 4 spot for Team Broomstones, and they take an early 4-0 lead in our A event final. Big start for Broomstones. Looking at other sheets, looks like we're wrapping up the first end on all our other games. Just to do a quick run through of the other events, on sheet 1 we have North Enders versus Cape Cod Curling Club. Those are the team names. Might be a little biased, I'll be honest, towards my North End friends. I am a member at North End Curling Club, so might be slight bias on any commentary there, so just letting you know. Sheet 3, we have Team Heart of Stone, represented by a few different curling clubs, Nashville, Broomstones, and Petersham, versus Team Orange Pants, which is Team Dan McGurk from Broomstones. That is our pseudo D event, the teams that lost in the semifinals last night. And on sheet 4, we have Team Kidney Stones versus Exit 10. Kidney Stones is represented by team Broomstone members Matt Robinette, and then Exit 10 is not sure what club they're from, but the skip of that team is Ye Sung Kim. So going back to featured sheet, we have a red rock on the button and a yellow rock in the back 12 of the house. And Allison O'Connor, lead of Team Broomstones, looking to potentially come into the rings here. I think Team Broomstones will be very happy with keeping play in the house at this point with their early lead. And really just kind of ask Bucks to make some hits after showing a bit of struggle with that in the first end. So a perfect freeze from Allison. And Bucks will make a play at these rocks. Based on the broom selection, going some type of control weight, potentially board. And definitely want to keep your shooter around. Rock is away. Looks like a bit more weight than maybe what I predicted. Control up. This will hit the top rock and roll their shooter out of the rings, but get rid of one of those rocks, and looks like that other rock jammed in the back. So red does sit one. And Dylan will be, I think, again, happy to keep playing the house here. Draw top 4. Jared Smith throwing his intern. Weight to me looks like it's all there. That's the indication from Jared too. Sweepers are right off, but this is making a move. Bashford on the sweep. Looking to get top 4 here. And this rock is coming in very nicely. Looks like it'll be right on the 8 foot. And Bucks forced to chase this rock with their second, Jeff Gelman. Rock is away. On the outside of the rock now, but thrown with control weight. This will come back. And now off the stone. This looks like a good nose hit. Will it jam on the back? Will. But it does spill enough to be shot rock. And Dylan wastes no time. Asking for the intern hit. And Team Broomstones will be very happy again playing a hit game, as all their members are very capable hitters, and hit ends typically lead to either blank ends or very reduced scoring, and that's what the doctor ordered when you have a 4-0 lead early in the game. Rock is away, looking like a good nose hit, avoids the jam in the back. And Broomstone sits 2. Bucks will be happy to obviously get rid of this top rock, but if they're able to maybe get a double on the back one, can keep the dream open of a blank end. And this rock is curling on this line. It will hit the low side and actually not hit the rock at all. Apologies. It'll be a flash. And Dylan now considering a tap on that top 8 rock. Could even just play the draw on the other side. But again, content to keep playing the house. And looks like he'll ask Jonathan Bashford to draw to the wing here and keep these rocks separated. This team from Broomstones will be going to the 5 and Under Nationals event, as they qualified earlier this year in an event in Charlotte. So this team certainly does play a lot, spiel a lot, play in one of our leagues here at Broomstones. So a lot of team continuity, strong team dynamics on this team. So not surprised to see them have a great event here already and get off to a great start in this final. Very strong team. And Bashford drew a bit heavy, but definitely separated these rocks pretty nicely. Back 8 here. And looks like Buck's looking to maybe freeze to that rock that Bashford just threw, and just really trying to generate any momentum here. Try to get some rocks in the house and keep any dream of getting 2 or more in play. This rock looks a little heavy on this line. Might be playing a plan B here on that rock in the back of the house. And we'll nose it. Looks like it's second count potentially. Looks like maybe looking at the overhead, that top 8 rock of red is closer. But Dylan, leaving no doubt, will ask Bashford to hit this rock in the back of the house and really just remove any counterplay from Bucks. This rock is looking pretty good. Jared on the sweep. And this does have a thick piece of it. We'll roll to the closer to the center line. Probably in hindsight, if you're Broomstones, might want to think about rolling that rock out of play, as Bucks now has a chance to freeze to that rock and be shot. Obviously, with the rollout, this shot wouldn't be possible. But a chance here for Bucks to throw a rock in the house and have a bit of protection with some backing. So Vice here for Bucks County. Dave Grassi. Sweepers off this rock, but the way it looks close from here, the line looks pretty good too. Looks like it might over curl slightly. It's looking pretty good. Does freeze pretty nicely to that rock, does sit shot. And the hack view, Dylan probably will have a little bit of this yellow rock. Probably at least the quarter if he chooses to move it. Bashford's initial indication was the freeze, or maybe just a slight bump with heavy draw weight, which is a call I like. And that seems to be the call. But probably the first good rock really from Bucks County of this game to put a little bit of pressure on Dylan. So Dylan will be throwing the out turn here. Ice is about edge of the 8 foot, so counting for about 4 feet of curl. Rock is away. This looks a little heavy for me, but Allison trying to push it. Now the weight's coming off. And they're off this rock. This looks pretty close for the bump. And they're pushing it. It looks really nice. It's going to hit it, avoid the jam in the back, and we'll stick around to sit 4. So great shot from Dylan. And Bucks County, once again, under a lot of pressure. So we're on Skip Rocks here. And Bucks does have another chance to potentially freeze, as these red rocks are grouped in the back of the house to freeze on these rocks. And it looks like we have some company here in the commentary booth.
Hi.
Welcome, Kelsey
Happy to
Becker.
be here.
Joining us from her initial job as a bartender.
Yeah.
And really, I think, showing that she's a woman of all trades.
Really, I'm just good at yapping, I guess.
She can yap. And sling drinks, too. So
True.
I don't think that should be
True. So many
forgotten.
skills at this club.
A lot
I
of
know.
skills.
Well, it looks like our hometown heroes are doing just
They're
fine.
doing really well. You missed a pretty big start.
Yeah.
Score of 4 with hammer. Not a bad way to start a final.
Not exactly looking too bad right now either, it seems.
It's not looking bad, but we try to be unbiased here in the booth, as we try to not show our hometown bias too much. But
Yeah, who's this other team?
the other team is from Bucks County.
Oh, they made a trip.
They made a trip just north of Philly. Lovely club,
Beautiful.
and they're looking to get a little bit momentum here. So looking to play a hit here, looking like a nice
That'd be a nice one.
little hit and flop, and look at that roll right in front of that red rock in the back of the house, and it's gonna be pretty tough to remove that yellow rock.
Absolutely. I did make a note yesterday that team Cute as a Button
Yes.
is having a classic, 5 and under curling. You can't expect them to be Briar level, Scotty's
No,
level.
certainly not.
They're just like the little things to still hone. I made a note yesterday that they're a little, sloppy when it comes to leaving things at the back of the house that other teams can freeze to.
I think that's so on the money there, Kelsey, because we saw a couple of examples of that in this end, actually, of removing Bucks County rocks in the back of the house, but choosing to play a nose hit or a flop, where Bucks could then now freeze to those rocks, and makes it much more difficult to remove.
Oh yeah. Reduces the scoring area.
Reduces the scoring area, for sure. So, but Dylan looking for this hit on the high side
Looking
to avoid the
nice.
jam.
Nice.
And I think it's got to curl a little bit more, and we'll give Kelsey a little bit of slack. She just came up to the booth and thought that was going to make contact, but just a little wide. But
I think I might play on the sheet later tonight. I should.
maybe take a note of that.
Take some notes.
Yeah. Little straight spot there. So an opening here for Bucks with their hammer throw here. Chance to get 2 in an end that really wasn't looking too pretty. But all it takes is one shot.
Yeah.
That's what they say in curling.
Sometimes it takes more than one.
Well, yes, but sometimes one is all you need to make a nice one.
Yeah, good
Put it in a pretty
recovery.
tricky spot,
If Bucks is able to get there too, good recovery.
and they're right back in it.
Yeah.
So this is John Trader, skip of Bucks County. Orlando Starfish is their team name.
Oh.
And I kind of gave a brief description of how they came up with that name at the top of the broadcast. There are no team members from Orlando on this team, which is maybe what I thought. They played an event last year where on an adjacent sheet, a team from Orlando, their skip fell. I don't know if it was on a delivery or on something else going on the sheet, but when that person fell, they had spread eagle, like arms and legs, like a
Yeah.
starfish, and I think that really resonated with our Bucks team. So they
yes.
ended up taking that experience, turning that into a team name,
Love that.
and look where they are now.
The final.
The A event final of the USWCA Group
5 and
Stoves 5 and
under.
under.
Yeah.
How about that? And while we were yapping there, I believe we did have a made draw by John Trader. And so Bucks did get 2, I'm pretty sure. So they're right back in it.
Oh yeah.
4-2 score in our, I should really clarify, it's the red division final.
Yes, this is true.
I didn't describe the format of this event at the top, and I think I'll take the chance to do that now. We have 3 divisions in this event, different colors. I believe it was red, white, and blue.
Yes.
As we
Patriotic.
are very patriotic here. This is our red division final, so our most experience by years of curling. And these are our two teams that made the final. It was a pool-style breakout. So each division had 2 pools. And believe it or not, our Bucks County team, I believe, went 1-2 in their pool. But because of their strong DSC,
Yes.
which stands for Draw Shot Challenge, they were able to play in that semifinal and did upset Team McGurk, Orange Pants, in the semifinal last night in a very, very close game.
Wow.
I think they won by their last stone, actually. So that's how they ended up in the final. Meanwhile, Team Cute as a Button Draw, Team Dylan, went undefeated
Yeah.
in their pool play, went 3-0, and then won their semifinal, I think very comfortably, against Team Will Manning and Patty Lee
Yeah.
in the semifinal. I think that game was a bit of a runaway.
Yes.
So
And
those,
of course,
yeah,
Team Wright already qualified for nationals. Now, this is not a national qualifying event, but
it is not.
they are already planning their trip to probably Minnesota.
I don't know where it is,
It's
and
usually
this is
Minnesota.
information that maybe we should know, and we're gonna look up
We have
right
the
now.
technology.
We do have the technology, but Kelsey, that's a great point. It was made previous in the broadcast that they made 5 and under nationals, but never a bad idea to remind our viewers.
Yeah, and I think it's their lead, Allison's second time going to 5 and under nationals.
Allison?
Did she qualify last year with the women's team?
I'm not sure if she was a part of that team, to be honest. So I believe it might be everyone's first trip.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so very exciting. We have had other Broomstone teams be in the 5 and under nationals event. So yeah,
Absolutely.
and
nailed it.
and look at that. We know exactly where this 5 and under national event is being held, and to Kelsey's credit, it is indeed in Minnesota, St. Paul to be specific.
Twin Cities rise up,
Twin
you know?
Cities, yes. Yeah. So, getting back to the curling here.
Yeah, Team Orlando Starfish set up
Yes.
nicely for a steal. Another thing that, 5 and unders are sometimes a little wary to do, getting rid of those guards. But, oh wait, Team Orlando doesn't have hammer.
Team Orlando doesn't have hammer, but they have a pretty nice setup right now. They have a nice center guard. They do have a rock in the back 8. And then on this rock, they're trying to maybe get around that center guard, but did end up pretty open. So Dylan, I think, is going to waste no time and maybe play a hit and roll of his own.
Jared loves to hit.
Jared's a big hitter. Gerard, as he's affectionately known by some people with the spelling of his name. I don't know if he likes that. Never really asked him. But I've heard Dylan call him Gerard. So I'm going to have the license and let me say it once. Gerard Smith.
It does sound fun.
It is fun to say. I'll probably go by his real name, real way to pronounce his name. But this is on the outside of the rock. Will it make the double? Ooh, it does make the
beautiful.
double in the back. I'm not sure if that was the
Nice
call.
fist
Maybe it
pump.
was.
I think it was.
Yeah. Not a bad plan B if it wasn't. But by the way they were celebrating it, I think it was plan A
Yes.
call. But
They have
I
a
will
center
say,
guard. They have
Kelsey
no
knows where I was
opponent
going.
rocks in play. They are set up nicely for either a force or the little bonus if you don't have hammer, the steal.
The steal. Yeah, why not? You have a nice center guard, pretty close to the center line, and why not try to come around that rock? So
I always tell my teams usually the best way to play for the force is to play for a steal.
And Kelsey, do you want to talk about what teams you're referring to?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The entire New England collegiate collective.
Yes.
Interesting. Peeling the guard
So
when you don't have.
I don't hate this call.
I don't hate it. It is kind of, allowing the other team to potentially go for a blank though and retaining hammer.
Well, Broomstones has hammer. So I think removing any center guards might be good for them. That's okay. It's fine. we're all in the booth here, you know.
Whenever I come into a new game, I'm like, who knows which color's which?
Yeah.
Who knows what's
Especially
happening?
at this level, 5 and under.
I really
you know.
like it when they don't even put up the hammer symbol in the first end, and you're like, who's to say?
Well,
You have to count rocks at that point.
We actually had a pretty funny moment yesterday, and you know, I won't mention names,
Okay.
but it was an event in our lower division, I believe the blue division, where each end, whoever had hammer, the lead of that team was switching the hammer icon to whoever
Classic.
had
That's a
hammer.
classic,
And I think
yeah.
that's just something that, you know, makes sense. You
Yeah.
know, you see on TV, they do switch the hammer
Yeah.
icon. So, you know, why wouldn't you do that at the actual curling club? But to all
Figure
you
it out on
newer,
your own.
younger curlers out there, you do just leave the hammer icon for the first
First
end.
end.
And that's probably something that I even did back in the day when I started curling. Was, yeah, why don't we switch that icon around? But no, you do just leave it. So less work.
But yes, to answer your question, yeah, I do a lot of work with the collegiate teams out in the East Coast.
Yeah.
So particularly MIT, Harvard, Bowdoin,
Yep.
Yale a little bit. RPI if they ask nice, Penn
Oh,
State if
okay.
they ask
Wow,
nice.
you're really
I kind
branching
of just
out.
get around. You know, I just
Branching
love
out.
helping out college curlers who
It's very sweet.
is getting a little more junior participation now, but for a long time was very much a, oh my gosh, look at that rock take off.
That rock took off,
Ooh.
and you know, it may have picked potentially,
Yeah.
but it did look, to be honest, a little
Looks like-
narrow out of hand from Bashford.
Yeah, it looks like the team sort of thinking pick, just cleaning off the ice a little bit.
I mean, I would too if I missed the rock by about 4 feet on a
Yeah.
takeout.
Yeah.
I can say these things because I know Bashford pretty well and can kind of give him a bit of ribbing there. But yeah, I think it was a bit of a combination of narrow and maybe picking up something as well. So again, Bucks, you know, I would say the momentum of this game has definitely taken a turn.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to the curling. They have a rock biting the top 4.
I believe calling for a guard now.
I believe calling for a guard. Looks like a good amount of ice for this call, but you'd rather, I think, be on this side of the center line potentially to draw around that. And this rock is coming through. Sweepers are right off. Looks like it might be a little heavy. Will it sit in the house to sit 2 here is the question. Dylan's going to be on the sweep, and this, I think, is going to go all the way through, potentially. And look at the overhead.
Tricky.
I think it is out of play, yes. So, bit of a miss there.
Bashford getting another shot
Bashford's
at
getting
this.
a chance of redemption, and Dylan really showing no mercy by holding that broom in the same exact spot.
Mm-hmm.
So really asking Bashford to either throw more weight or, you know.
Wider.
Oh, he definitely flipped it out.
Oh,
I think
boy.
I think Bashford called his own line on this one.
Sometimes, you know, you just aim for the shoe.
Unfortunately, a little wide, but will it wicket? No,
Oh.
it'll just go by on the wide side, and
So these seem like kind of fun shots. I sure wish my skip got the opportunity to try
I mean,
this.
sometimes when I'm up here in the booth and I see shots like this, I'm like, why couldn't I see shots when I'm playing some of these players? You know, why can't I get the double flash
Yeah.
on Tuesday when
Yeah.
Bashford played for Mike O'Neill's team? Instead, he curled about 90%
Yeah.
and utterly obliterated us.
Yeah.
So these are the questions that I have in my head that I'm just kind of spewing out loud.
Yeah.
And in letting the general population know.
Oh, I've definitely played my good number of teams that going into the game,
Yeah.
I feel one way, and then at a certain point I go, wow, I haven't seen them curl this well all season. I'm glad I get to see it so up close and personal.
Yes. So yeah, so a couple misses here to be fair, and so Bucks County again looking either for that guard or maybe sit 1-2.
It seems like they practically have a phantom guard up there already. But
yes. So they're on skip rocks here. John Trader keeping that same line, and this rock really does look
Definitely
better.
lighter.
Definitely lighter. This will stick around. Might be a guard at this point, but will it guard
Throw it over.
shot rock? Is the question. It won't, but to be honest, a good center guard.
Yeah, having a center guard for your next shot even?
Yes, that rock is not in a bad spot. And Dylan looking for the flop, kind of playing around what Bucks County just put up. Control weight here. Gonna control that
Like
shooter.
little control weight here.
Control weight, yeah. The preferred weight, I'd say, of I think a lot of curlers. You know,
I like to have some
at
control.
10.5. You know, hog to hog.
In a game like curling where it's so easy to lose sight of the goal, it's
Yeah.
nice to always have something in your back pocket that you feel like you do have control
Yes.
over.
Yes. We all want control, not just in curling, but in life. So
Sweepers
I
on
think,
it early.
yeah, this is a little tight. Will this make contact with shot rock? It's sort of in between. Will it hit the center guard? It'll get by the center, and it will hit shot and roll over to the side. And it looks like it'll roll out of the rings. Let's see. Yes, it'll roll out. So here's that
Alright,
chance.
yep.
That center guard. John Trader will have the chance to hide one here. And, yeah, potentially
Dylan make
put
a
a
good
stealing
shot.
up. Yes, make Dylan make a good one. We've seen kind of mixed results, mixed bag on some of these draws. Some heavy, some light. But looking for, taking about mid-12 here for ice, counting for about 4 feet of curl.
Alright.
I think it should be ballpark. We've definitely seen broomstones be swingier at different
Oh my
points of the year, so I'd say it's probably at a midpoint for swing, if I had to say.
Yeah.
You agree with that assessment?
And we have a flood coming up.
Yeah. Flood coming up.
I know.
How about that?
Of course, shout out to our head ice technician,
Yeah.
Dano.
Dano.
He makes some nice ice for us. I know my teams have been traveling recently around
Yeah.
this circuit, and they were singing Dan's praises when they got to come back and play a league game on sheet 4, a sheet 4 late draw game, and they're like, Dan's the best ice maker in the world.
Oh, that was great praise. And I think that's very, very worth hearing that.
You seem to like it.
They're right off this rock, but looks like they're trying to push it maybe at the end. Final push here, trying to get around that center guard. It will end up in the back 4, but
He
have
does need to make a shot.
about, let's say, he could probably see most of that rock, to be honest.
At least a half.
At least half, if not 75%, I'd say.
This is where you wish you were a lefty.
Yeah, the lefty hack.
Us, you can see all that thing.
You can probably see, all of that, and then some. But I think all our players are righties today. The right side, one might say.
I like we
Of
try to
things.
go for a blank here.
Yeah.
Blanks and 5 and under curling. You love to see them.
Yeah, blanks and 5 and under curling is certainly a thing. We'll see how much weight he throws. Looks a bit down for that, so I think he might be just happy with hitting the rock in general. But this is coming over. Will it make contact? It looks like it will, and it looks like it'll roll out. Yeah. Will it jam on the
Nice
back?
blank.
No.
Dylan's
so
happy
that'll be a
with it.
blank. So Dylan, good shot to blank this end. Gives a thumbs up to the booth. Very happy with that blank, and the score remains Team Broomstones up 4-2 over Bucks County.
I'm not surprised this is the feature sheet. It seems like both teams, keeping things clean, keeping things straightforward, not getting too caught up in the junk that a lot of games can end up being. Although partially helps because I feel like both of these teams are excelling at their hits.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a couple misses, but they've been for the most part to get to this point very solid all week. I think there were some initial jitters maybe in this final, but which is normal. But I think we're gonna see some strong play to finish out this final for sure.
With newer curlers, sometimes the strategy is different. You say,
Absolutely.
Can their front end throw more than board weight?
I think that's
Find
certainly
out.
a question. Yeah, so Bucks County looking. I think they were looking for a center guard, but this will sneak into the paint and in a position that Dylan can hit if he chooses, but we'll just draw this to the wing here with Allison.
And this is what I mean, going directly into the house.
Yes,
versus usually you'd want to corner guard and then come in. But
Yes.
you want to make sure you have something to guard sometimes first before.
Yeah, I don't, different strategy here for sure. Allison looks maybe a bit heavy on this draw. Will it stick around? John Trader ready to sweep, and I think this will go straight through. Try to get an update on the other sheets here, as we are also streaming on the new all 4 house view,
Which looks great.
which I think looks
Thank you,
pretty
Chris.
snazzy. Thanks to Chris C-Slick for that. So on sheet 1, my friends from the North End Curling Club
Wonderful.
are playing. And
Not only your friends, the skip who just threw last rocks, that's an MIT curler.
oh,
right
no
there.
kidding, Hamad?
Yep.
Hamad's an
he
MIT
didn't
curler.
know that MIT had a curling team
Oh.
until this semester, and
Oh
turns
my
out
gosh.
he's defending in a couple months. So
How about that?
heartbreaking, but
Yeah.
he won a silver at Belfast a couple weekends ago.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that. That's great to know. Hamad's a great guy and a great curler.
Yeah, especially after I fixed him.
Okay. Taking all the credit.
Of course I am.
Yeah. So, anyways, their game, it looks like North End is up 2-0, playing the Red Rocks over team from Cape Cod. Sheet 3 is our pseudo D event final.
Close call on feature sheet here, but kept it together.
Bringing it back to feature sheet. Okay.
Sometimes well,
No, it's
there's
good.
action.
There's action.
I
There's
thought we were
action.
almost going to have a cool fall.
Oh, Cool Falls.
Yeah.
Notable channel in our Slack account here at Broomstones. That was worth, I think, calling that out.
Thank you.
But just to finish off the other sheets here, sheet 3, looks like Red has a 2-1 lead, so throwing the Red Rocks is Team Heart of Stone. Team Heart of Stone is a team that originally had Will Manning throw last rocks, but due to some of the snow conditions this morning, was not able to make it to the club. New Hampshire, I think, got hit a little harder than Mass, but also even my commute here was pretty tricky with the freezing rain, and saw about 2 accidents on the highway, so
Yeah.
pretty harrowing
I was just
conditions.
happy my car got out of the driveway.
There you go.
I really
There
was
you go.
thinking I might be an hour late, and then my girl made her.
You made it. That's all that matters. Looks like that end just wrapped up. Not sure who scored there, but we'll give an update.
Because it is a Broomstones team versus a
Broomstones team versus Broomstones, but also Kat is from Petersham, who is represented on the Heart of Stone team.
A lot of volunteers from this weekend on that sheet.
Yes.
I'm sure so tired.
Yes, for sure. And then also the lead from Team Orange Pants, Team McGurk, Steph Trudeau, I believe is from Arizona.
Oh.
That's a member that these McGurk guys met at a Bonspiel, I think, in Arizona at the Coyote Club, and ended up being good friends with them. San Diego, West Coast. But the Arizona part was right? Where you guys met at a Coyote. Okay. So, got a little correction here in the booth, but it's always good to speak accurately. And then sheet 4, we have the Kidney Stones versus Exit 10. And right now, Matt Robinette is standing right in front of the scoreboard, but it looks like that is a 3-0 game for Yellow. And that is they're finishing up their third end of play.
Back here on our feature sheet, we've had some takeouts from Red Rocks.
Yes. So the house situation is 1 yellow on the side of the 8-foot.
But when you're playing such a clean ends like this, you kind of just are going off the math, where at this point, Team Right's going to have to figure out how to get a double somewhere, and if I wanted a double, Jared Smith throwing?
Yeah?
I'll take it.
You'll take your chances.
I've had worse.
How about this double setup? Certainly there.
Certainly
I'd say
there.
about thin half. Thin half might do it. Definitely on the high side. It's pretty thin, I would say. Like thin half should do it. And Jared will be close.
seems tricky to call things like this.
Did he
for.
flip it out is the question.
Probably.
And will this make contact with the top yellow at all? I don't think so. Yeah, just a little bit of a flip out from Jared, which can happen. And this is going to allow Bucks County to throw up a guard here and protect that top 4 rock. So this is, I believe, the vice for Bucks County. Dave Grassi. Dave Grassi.
Great, straightforward 4-letter men's names on that team, huh?
Yeah.
2 Johns.
It is good. So I do like to check when I do commentary on pronunciations. And I will say the Bucks County team,
Straightforward.
Pretty straightforward, yes. No, not a lot to check in on, which is nice.
A lot of very phonetic names on both teams, yes.
Yes.
Very convenient.
Very convenient. But just to say a word about Bucks County, what a lovely club.
So
I don't know if
lovely.
you've
I've
ever...
only been once.
Mm-hmm. So have I.
Wow, our Pennsylvania's liquor law is so much looser.
Very, very looser. And yeah, you just pay your entry fee and, bring whatever booze you want to the club.
Yeah.
And then they have, a lot of stuff just on the house.
Yeah.
So just a lovely experience. I was there for the event in September. Was it the Crooked Billet? I think the name of it was.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that's a Bonspiel.
Yes.
So it was just a lovely time, and look forward to going back.
Good contact. Actually hitting it the way I prefer to hit it.
Yep, Bashford making contact and grouping those yellow rocks closer together, and also keeping a shooter. So
clearing up the center.
very nice shot.
A lot of good things came from that.
Yes, and good bounce back after a couple of flashes in the previous end. So that should give him some confidence going into this end here. But to be fair, Bucks County's still sitting 2 and throwing.
Yes.
And how about this call? Hitting the red rock and maybe looking for a flop to the center line.
If you can get it, if you can make this a nice 2-for-1, I like it. But at the same time, that's third shot.
It is third shot.
You don't need to worry that much about that rock. And if anything, if that rock sticks around, lower chance of the other team, trying to play for a
I think this is the classic, if you make the shot, I think that's great. And if your vice is comfortable hitting, I think that's a fine call. But you could certainly sit 3 by throwing the draw, but makes a nice hit and does keep a shooter in the rings. So, but does that leave a potential hit and roll for Bashford to maybe not make the double, but potentially make the double and keep his shooter around that yellow rock?
Yeah, that would be excellent.
So, Bashford.
If you get an almost 2-for-1 shot, sometimes the answer is you have to try to make it 3-for-1 shot.
Yeah, 3-for-1. Why not? Why not get greedy? This is looking a little on the wide side, though, for the roll. But with that control weight, it is coming over. And it'll flop the other way. It will roll out. Yeah, but does remove a yellow. But now I really like where the vice of Bucks County is pointing his broom to this rock. Right around that yellow rock on the side of the forefoot. And an opportunity to sit 3 without hammer.
The other option, you might be tempted to put 1 up in the top 12, guarding center more, making it a tough draw for Dylan. See if Dylan would then be forced to kind of just go for a skip's deuce.
Yeah.
Because of course, again, if he sets it up nice, don't give Dylan something to stick to.
Right.
A little heavy. This is a very precise shot. I think that's another thing sometimes that 5 and under teams, something that could really improve their gameplay is having everybody on the team know how to pro miss.
Yeah,
Like,
pro side.
Yeah. Is it better to be heavy on this shot or light on the shot? For this shot right here, I'd definitely say light.
Yeah, I agree with that. You don't have hammer, and there's no center guards right now, but you can sit 3 around what I'd call that pseudo guard. That's top 12. I think you're gonna be pretty happy.
So I do think it's a little heavy.
Might be a little heavy, but the weight's coming down. I think it's pretty close. The line looks pretty good. I think they can push this rock. And they're gonna start to push it. And it's gonna end up
Pretty nice spot.
in a pretty good spot.
Pretty good spot.
Right on the 8 foot and on the center line. And what does Dylan do? He's got options. He can come around what Bucks County just threw and sit shot, but it does leave a little run back.
You do love, after you throw a shot, seeing the skip clearly saying, well, what do I do about this now?
Yes, there is certainly discussion here.
Like, Dylan has decided this rock is a problem.
Yes, and I think the first indication was to move that yellow rock, and I think that's what they're going to go for.
Potentially still trying to look for a flop, probably for second shot, hoping you'll have a nice, potentially open hit for 2.
Yes. Yeah, I think this is certainly one of the calls that is an option. Again, it's hard to get shot rock out of this. It might be doable with the perfect roll, but maybe looking for that roll in front of that yellow rock that's on the side of the 8 foot to make a hit, potentially jam. But out of hand, doesn't this look a little wide? It's coming over with that quiet weight.
Seems like rocks aren't really wanting to.
It's coming over a little bit. It will get that roll that I was talking about, but it won't be shot. So Bucks doesn't necessarily have to make a play at that red rock. And
if anything, it's helping them.
Yeah. So they could decide to draw another one in and sit 1-2, and probably force Dylan into either a nose hit or a draw for 1.
Yeah. Honestly, putting it right back, pretty good.
You like right back where it was?
Like back where it was. Make Dylan either have to play a draw or do something a little non-kosher.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, my thought would be to try to get a little bit of cover around that top 12 yellow rock and make
play for the steal more
play for
than
the steal,
force.
potentially more of the steal. But you could also, I mean, you have a lot of room to draw this rock. You could even be in the back 8, back 12 potentially. As long as you're sitting second shot here, I think you're pretty happy if you're Bucks.
For sure.
Taking pretty tight ice on this line, like middle of the 8 foot. I think he's trying to get around that top yellow rock on this line. But you don't want to be too cute, and because if you don't get second shot here, you might leave a shot for 2, but it's not easy.
It's not easy.
Not easy, but
I don't want to throw it.
Yep. But you want to remove that chance if you're Bucks. So definitely want to sit second here. So, last for John Trader in the 4th.
Every time I hear John Trader, I'm thinking you know how Trader Joe's, when they have different
I don't really go to Trader
cuisines?
Joe's.
Well, when they have different cuisines, sometimes it's Trader Jose, for instance.
Is that right?
For
Okay. That's news to me.
elote or something.
Okay. That's these are good tidbits to bring to the booth.
Thinking, oh yeah, Trader John, what's he got going on?
But this is pretty nice. This will be in the back 4.
You cannot get both of those rocks out.
Yeah, there's very flat. So I think it's just the draw to what John Trader just threw for your 1. And yeah, that's a pretty quick call from Dylan. From the hack, we don't have the hack view up on our monitor, but it looks like you can probably see maybe a sliver of that rock, 25%. You had to guess. Maybe more of it? You think half?
Probably.
Okay. So you could probably play, if you wanted, more weight at this.
Just have a little back. Although, the way the center line, it seems like rocks aren't really wanting to
finish, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Kind of
And I think the
avoiding it.
draw is a bit safer because, even if you don't get to shot rock, you can at least cut him down if you draw the 8 foot. So
Just gotta beat it. Take your 1 and
yeah,
charge
you're
forward.
happy to, score here, obviously, but you don't want to give up 2. So here's Dylan. Does draw weight. Jared on the sweep. The line looks good on this rock, and I think the weight does too.
yeah, I think it looks nice.
This looks good to get to the back of that yellow rock. This is nice. I don't think you can really hurt this rock at all. This is perfect.
Very nice.
And that'll be one for Dylan. And a good shot there.
It's a classic where, if something happens on rocks 3 and 4, it can be hard to come back.
So, nice shot from Dylan, gets his one, and Broomstones will take a 5-2 lead going into the second half of this game. Other sheets. Sheet 1, North End, continuing to put pressure on their opponents. Looks like 3 straight steals from the North End team. Very proud. And Hamad setting up here. Interesting end. Looks like yellow sitting 1.
Spicy low weight hit for. They don't have hammer, but.
They don't have hammer,
Spicy
but
low weight hit under.
Hamad has
make him drop. I'll take it.
Yeah. So Hamad and team continue to lead there on sheet 1 over Cape Cod, and on sheet 3, Patty throwing her hammer here. And looks like again a shot for 1 and a draw/bump attempt. And the line I think looks okay. Does it need to curl? John Markarian try to push this rock over. And this looks fine, just fine, good weight. And that'll be 1 for Patty and team.
More of a mess on sheet 4.
Cuts the deficit to 4-3. So a tight game on sheet 3. And then sheet 4. Looks like we
a lot of rocks
bit of a
to
messy
work with.
house with 3 yellows there, and I think yellow has hammer as well, so could be a potential big end there for our team named Exit 10.
I'd love to know the story behind that.
I would
name.
like to
there
as well.
There clearly is one.
Yes, there must be a story there. I'd also like to know where they curl out of, because we don't have that information either.
I just know
So-
that their skip sings opera.
Yes,
that.
that is true. That is certainly true. So, yeah, that'll be an interesting game to keep an eye on as we go along here in our finals.
No guards yet on our feature sheet.
So,
But again,
Allison?
Dylan kind of liking to play the first rocks in the house and trying to test the
I think
front
so.
end.
And I think that's a good strategy based on what we've seen in this game specifically. I think our hit percentage is maybe a lot lower than definitely the caliber of these teams. I'd say it's like just over 50% even, maybe like 2 out of every 3 are being made. So I think it's a good strategy from Dylan.
It's something that I wouldn't be so confident bringing into a national event.
No, I agree. I agree with that. And I think they know that. But sometimes you gotta, see what your opponents are doing, and, if they're struggling on a certain shot, why not make them keep throwing it?
It's true.
So I think we're gonna just see the draw here. Corner guard potentially. Rockwell has a really nice line to it. And will it get into the rings? I think Bucks is happy with the corner guard, and that's exactly what they get.
Absolutely, I take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Dylan looking for a top 8 rock in front of his rock in the back of the house. Allison. Oh no, this is Dylan. Excuse me.
That's Jared.
That's Jared. Third time's a charm, they say. Jared Smith throwing the intern draw.
See, this is another one where, at this point of the game, the situation, lighter would be a little better. You don't want to, pocket at the back.
Yeah, you don't want to pocket, but this will, looks like my freeze to that rock in the back. Get close to it.
Right?
So let's see if John Trader calls for the double attempt. Thinking about, he's going for the hit, and we talked about three for 1 earlier in this game. This could be a 3 for 1. You make the double and you get around your corner guard.
Right?
How good would that be?
I'd be happy.
That'd be really good.
I'd be like, where is that then?
That'd be a Cool Shots
that would
nominee.
be a Cool Shots.
You mentioned Cool Falls earlier. Yeah. So this shot's underway. It's gonna hit the low side. Will it hit too much of the low side is the question. It'll avoid the
so
double,
close,
but
still
how about
2
that
for
roll?
1.
How about that roll? And
One.
is it
It's
shot
shot.
rock?
I'd say
Yeah,
it's
it is
shot.
shot. I think that's pretty good. That's really good. Dylan might be able to chase that on the wide side with maybe hack weight potentially, but looks like he's not opting for that.
And even thinking about maybe just going for the freeze. It's definitely overbearing.
Oh, the freeze on that yellow. Interesting. That wouldn't be something I'd look at. But that's why, we have different, people playing the game.
Now the thing about freezes, though, some say it's the hardest shot in curling.
The shot, well, especially the quarter freeze.
Now,
How about that?
Now, me personally,
You ever
I
hear
say
that
the
one?
hardest shot is a completely open draw, but that's more of a personal battle.
How about the open draw on skip rocks when your opponent throws it through?
Oh yeah,
I think that might be the hardest shot.
Or
in
like
curling.
a high weight hit just right down the center line. I'm like, oh no, too many guide points.
Yeah, I hear
Going for
that.
a
So they're
hit
going
from
for
the
my
other
shot.
side.
So they're going for my shot, the hackway hit, and this looks good. This looks nice. And a
Nice.
late push from
That
Bashford.
looks kinda
And
nice.
acknowledgement from Dylan. That's a great shot from Jared Smith. Sit 2.
Bucks thinking about the freeze attempt.
Yeah. I think that makes more sense for Bucks
Is
to
this
draw
the
there.
Is the intern the direction to try the freeze attempt?
I like the intern because
Yeah?
I think that wide draw is it's a little sticky out there on the edge
Get
of
a
the
little
sheet,
sticky.
as they say. So
Just-
I think throwing in the good stuff down the middle would be what
As
I would
they
opt
say, like Tyler the Creator says often. It is getting sticky.
for. You would know. It's a little, not quite, but that's okay. I've heard of said Tyler the Creator, but
Ooh, and
moving on.
that's rough.
That's a draw come around that comes up a bit late, but acts as another corner guard. Not the worst outcome.
Certainly not the worst, but
Could have been better. But now I think Dylan's thinking about maybe drawing around to the side of the forefoot himself.
like the center guard.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly do that.
It's another common 5 and under thing. Playing like you always have hammer. Playing like you always have hammer, and like every shot is the hammer.
Yeah. I don't mind this call if you make it pretty well, though. Like right on the side. This looks narrow. Yeah.
Oh, and there it's taking
It's
off
going
again. I wonder if
sideways.
that's that same
And
spot. Is that the same rock?
It might be the same rock, but one thing that I've tried,
Oh, it's
it's
coming
going the
back,
other
it's
way,
coming
and I
back.
think this
Push
is
the
a,
center.
and I think this is a perfect
Push the center.
example of and Bashford celebrating.
Nice.
Bashford celebrating this rock. I've
Bashford apologizing
I've
to
talked
the
to
other
this
team.
guy for about the last 2 years. I
Yeah.
got to be honest.
Yeah.
And Bashford's a lovely,
Great
lovely
guy.
person,
Love that
and I've
guy.
spieled with him several times. Whatever I can do to make this man throw a couple more rotations on his rocks.
Oh my goodness.
Someone please help me
For real. And that's
because
gonna be really
I've
important at Nationals.
seen this too much
Yeah.
out of this man.
Some snakes.
Some snakes,
Some S's.
a lot of S curves, and he's too good of a curler to have that happen routinely.
Yes.
So, and I think he's working on it, and sometimes those old habits kind of sneak up on you.
Nationals Ice. Nationals Ice is known for you need a good release
So-
or else
So.
things are gonna go
But
south.
but to be honest, that was just going to crash hard on those center guards. So the S
fact
curve
that
actually
they-
worked out pretty well for him
Yeah.
to get a center
Not a
guard out of
shot I
that. So
wanted.
not bad. And how about this? Looks like Bucks might be tapping him up.
Oh no.
Yep, they're tapping him up and
making an even better guard on their side.
fighting
Oh,
the 8 foot,
no.
and Red sits 3, and I don't see much access to the 4 foot now, and especially if Dylan chooses to maybe stagger those rocks, maybe put up another rock in a 3 guard position, kind of choking off that
What
out.
you don't want to do
that
is,
intern?
is leave a rock that is the thing that gives them access to the 4 foot.
True. So this better be light than heavy here. I'd like to see a bit more ice out of Dylan on the shot.
Yeah?
I think so.
And he likes to see Jared sweep.
He does. And Bashford did throw slightly more handle here, so that's good. Maybe going for the tap? I'm not sure what the call was. Just to draw around? I think it's going to wick off the top, but I don't hate where this shooter's going to end up. I like where the shooter's going to end up.
That's pretty
I
nice.
like that.
That's pretty nice. Oh no! So what does Bucks County do here?
Do they go for the double on those top reds?
They're going after.
Oh, they're going this way at it.
If
They're trying for maybe the hit and roll, the 4-foot. I don't mind that call, but it's sort of an all or nothing.
Even if they sit on it, and just get to the inside of that rock, they will be shot.
Yeah.
It is a nice little insurance policy to say, let's just make sure this end doesn't go too
I
south.
like those wide draws on the edge of the sheet.
I like shots that improve my position in the game.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I should try that. Yeah. Might help.
Because yeah, if you can get a really nice frozen rock on here, that
John
would
Trader,
really help.
John Trader is thinking along the same wavelength here and going, I think, for that wide draw and trying to freeze to that red rock. But this is a little narrow to me.
And there she goes.
There she goes. Pretty narrow out of hand. Does it have the weight to get around? I don't think so. But will it tap? Will we see a plan B here? It just wicks.
But makes it a little more open. The shot is more open.
A little more open.
Definitely more of a hit and roll attempt with whatever weight you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
I'm guessing I know what Dylan's gonna do.
I would guard that rock, I would think.
I think he might be going for the takeout. Someone might be getting a little greedy.
No, I think this is. Is he? I think
Look,
Bashford's talking about the guard, or maybe
nice top 12 guard.
top 12 pseudo guard, as
Yeah.
we've described that rock as. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a fifth counter and still guard.
Yeah, there's no need for this to hit that yellow rock. I mean, that's fifth counter. I mean, I don't see how that could ever come into position. What's this from Colleen?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Colleen, a little bit of feedback from one of our members, Colleen O'Connor. Thanks for watching, by the way. Yeah, Bashford's been a buddy of mine for a while, so I feel like I can give him some feedback that I've said to him directly. But maybe if I make it more public, he'll listen to me.
Colleen calls herself your guardian angel?
Yes, that's from a
beautiful.
previous bond spiel
That's so
where
beautiful.
she was trying to help me out. So
Oh man,
yeah,
I love Colleen O'Connor.
Colleen's great.
I'd follow her in a battle.
Colleen's forever my guardian angel from a curling perspective. So yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah. Anyways,
It's a little heavy, maybe. It's
see, I
certainly
think
not
he
curling that
definitely
much.
didn't choose to hit this rock, but it looks like it's a little heavy. But it will rest for fifth shot.
Alright.
Interesting spot.
My guess is they will
Bucks
go
County
for
still has this hit and roll chance,
about the same.
or they could throw a little less weight if they choose. But I think the less weight you throw at this, I feel like a little bit less control you have sometimes. Sometimes you can lose it.
Yeah.
So I would probably throw at least board weight at this and try to get that flop.
Yeah. Or sometimes when you go out this wide, sometimes it's about finding the weight that rocks just stop curling. And you go, uh-oh. Or when they start falling out.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what
Again.
weight they choose here.
Definitely a salvageable end.
Oh yeah, for sure. You could even draw around these yellow rocks, to be honest. Maybe that's what they're going for, just a straight draw. Not even worrying about messing with those reds.
I mean, I really love a freeze here.
Like the freeze, okay.
Dylan would probably try to follow them down again, but then they might have a nice hit situation for two. I think freeze is the way you get.
I think the good call about playing the straight draw is if you make it, how does red get to that yellow rock if you're on the side of the 4-foot there? I mean, that's going to be a hard rock to get to.
True, but they do have some nice juicy rocks in the top 12.
Could potentially run those back, yeah.
I love controlling the center.
Yeah, very,
Let's see
very,
how this
very
goes.
possible. Let's see what happens here. John Trader.
I did kind of, get a practice shot at this. Or
Yes,
was
well,
that
he
their
saw the vice,
The
but he
vice?
saw the line. The vice was certainly narrow, though. So let's see
All right,
what
John.
John's got here. It's a big shot here. Can't be giving up a big end without hammer. So this is a little narrow for me, too, but it looks like he's playing the hit. So this looks like maybe board weight,
It's just not
pack
curling
weight.
as much
It's got to
out
curl.
there.
It's going to hit this red rock, but maybe not in the spot they wanted. and it'll bump it, and it will be open. It is shot rock, but Dylan will have all of this rock from the hack, and a nose hit will allow him to sit 6.
Yeah, but again, this is where rocks at the back,
Yeah.
jam possibilities for sure.
100%. Yep. This could easily be jammed many ways.
The number of angles to hit this and have great things happen are
Yeah.
not all of them.
Yeah, I think, if you have good normal weight and you can, be pretty accurate with it, you probably want to throw a little more weight here in case you do jam so that you spin it out of the house.
But get rid of it and
Get rid of it.
get rid of it and you've set up a force.
Absolutely. So, Ashford's got the broom. This is looking like, good control up weight, maybe. Normal down.
Right, it's also about finding that line where we've seen the last few kind of hang out a little bit.
Yes.
Sometimes it's about finding that spot where they might snap instead.
Right.
Oh, reading ice.
Part of the beauty of the game. Part of the beauty of the game. So, Dylan definitely looking for anywhere near nose
Nose
to
inside.
touch inside to really put a lot of pressure on Bucks here. So rock is away. It's looking a little wide to me. Needs to
Trying to
curl,
carve it.
and this is a spot
Trying to
where
carve it.
this could jam. And will it get over?
Allison's
She's
so
trying.
Strong. Allison's so strong.
Okay, they
Oh,
put
wow.
great sweep there from Allison
Great
to push
sweep.
that over.
Unfortunately for Bucks
And-
County, that's a bundle to draw against.
Yeah.
High pressure.
Dylan and team are sitting 5, and the draw is certainly there on the out-turn side. And really all you need to do is be in the middle of the 8-foot. So when you look at it from that perspective,
And you have backing.
you got backing potentially too. But yeah, you just really looking for that T-line weight and give it to your sweepers and not think about it. I think that's one thing you as a skip, you got to pretend there's no 5 counters you're shooting against, right?
Yeah. You don't want to think that, this could really be for the game.
Yeah.
Just make it. Just make it.
Just
make your
pretend you're out here by yourself, practicing, and throw that draw the pin. Yeah. So obviously, big shot here. John Trader must make really to stay in this game, as Bucks is already down 3. So here we go. Draw attempt. Line looks okay to me. The weight
shot. A little high,
looks
but
maybe
again,
a bit
it's fine as
high.
long as
Might
you
need
hit
the
inside
backing.
of the-
Might need the backing. They gotta stay close.
They're staying close.
The
Great
line
sweep.
looks good for the backing. They gotta maybe stay on it. They gotta. No, I think it looks good. Yeah, it's
Very
gonna be a
nice.
nice little roll,
Very
and
nice.
that'll
from
be
John.
1 yellow.
Woo!
Great shot, clutch shot,
And he knows
clutch
it.
shot.
He knows it.
Yeah. The heart's going, but the shot was made, and Bucks will take their 1 there,
Yeah.
and they'll cut the deficit 5-3
Yes.
versus Team Broomstones. All right, you want to pan to the other sheets? Do our check-in on the other action?
Of course, I love the other sheets. Oh no, North End, you jinxed them.
Oh, what happened? Oh, they gave up 2. That's okay. So, Cape Cod.
You don't want to know what these guys do when they have hammer.
No. So, sheet 1. North End still continues to have a 3-2 lead over Cape Cod. But the house situation there looking like red sitting 1. Yeah, red sitting 1. So that'll be a close game. They'll come down the wire, looks like. Sheet 3. Close game also, 4-3. Finishing up the 6th end. Or starting the 6th end, I should say. They just had a blank end. Speaking of blanks, in the 5th.
This is high level.
So high level stuff going on here. And so that'll be close. And then sheet 4 looks like it's getting a little bit away as yellow scored 3 in the 4th end as they're finishing up the 5th end there. And yellow rocks are being thrown by exit 10. So they have a nice lead there.
On our feature sheet, Bucks unfortunately started off with a hog rock.
Yep.
first
There,
attempt coming in
should
from
I
Allison.
should I say my joke that I always do during these things?
I love it.
So
It gets better every time.
you know what I'm going to say, I think. They're lucky they're not playing in a Thursday league, where Hog Rocks equals, is it $2 now at this point, or
Has inflation
It
gotten
might-
that
I
bad?
think it's
I
got-
think it's still $1.
it might be $1. I think it's $2 for back end. Yeah,
see, I like
they
that.
put the back end inflation up there.
You know what I think? I should
Um,
think it should be based on your throwing order. So if Skip hogs a rock, it should be $4. Lead only $1.
But you would think as a lead, you're throwing draws all the time, so shouldn't they have to pay more? I mean, I know it's a bit controversial, but you know,
Yeah, but they're also throwing way more guards, so it's sort of like
True.
if they're the only ones being asked for guards.
yeah, it's true. Okay. I can see both sides.
Now that strategy of testing the front end and their hits, we did just get a flash from Team Bucks. I think Team Bucks,
Okay.
Maybe a little rattled from that end of the last end, but they're
Heart's
still
still
in
going.
it. They're still in it.
The heart's pumping.
We must persevere. But meanwhile,
How about this shot
Team
here?
Right, a beautiful
How-
splitting the house.
How
That's textbook.
could you not separate those
textbook.
rocks any better on the same line as well?
Above T?
And
Let's go.
I'll say my other line, there is no double there.
There ain't no
There is
double
no
there.
double there. I don't care who you are.
Kevin Cooley.
Kevin Cooley
could
couldn't
try
make
his
that.
best.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm not exactly.
I don't even think he would try that shot.
Kevin Cooley says I'm forced to one. It's fine.
So Allison, great pair, and now Bucks will try to hit and maybe flop towards that other
Yeah.
red rock. Is I think the goal here.
This is a simple line that
This
they
is
just
they
tried
really
to
got
get
to
this
curl
rock
this.
on.
They got to sweep this hard. I think they're right off. They're getting, I think, a little too cute with the roll, and they're gonna flash.
Oh, a second inside flash.
Yeah. Pretty quiet weight there as well. But I think a bit of a mid-sweep call as well, to be honest. So, Dylan will look to maybe sit 3 here.
Looking for about a 2-foot raise of his
Okay, a little bump,
rock.
little bump.
Bumper.
Okay. Alright. I mean, you can't guard both, so you might as well throw it in the house, right? So,
And I don't want to set up a double.
you don't want to set up a
real
double.
nice.
You don't want to set up a double, but to be honest, Bucks County hasn't given you any indication they're going to make a double. So why not throw it in the rings?
I've seen some great things from Bucks.
Yeah, they're capable for sure, but make them make it is my and to be honest, that rock is in a very doubleable position there.
Still no gimme.
No gimme.
You gotta do a lot of weight with it.
Yeah.
And only going for one.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to flop towards the center. So, let's see here, the second for Bucks County, Jeff Gelman.
Past the free guard zone.
Yes.
Things looking-
So we're not going to see any, I don't think any guards at this point. So this rock's looking pretty nice, I think. This is going to come
Other
over.
turn. Other
Yep.
turn. Felt too betrayed
This
by
will
the
this get to the
intern.
pocket and maybe make the double? Let's see. Looking real nice. Oh, look at that shot. Look at that shot. Really nice. And moves that rock
There we go.
back. Yeah, great shot there from
John's
Bucks.
happy with it.
Great shot. Fantastic. So, good shot there from Jeff. But to be honest, is wide open now for Broomstones and Jared. And control weight here.
Nice on it early.
Yeah, I like this.
Keep it under control.
Allison's on the sweep. I think she's gonna be able to hold this. And we'll get a nice, I think, roll as well. And nice little roll over to the side,
Beautiful.
and again, separating
Wow.
those rocks above the tee line very nicely. Very nice.
Skip's having a little conversation.
Yes. Not sure what the conversation's about, but it looks to be friendly enough.
How about, do you know what's for lunch?
Yeah. Leftovers is usually the answer on Sundays at a Bonspiel. So
Just playing
choices
math
to just
game?
hit. Yep.
Playing the math game, Bucks needs to start making some of these into doubles.
Yes,
Start
if they
getting
can.
some 2-for-1s.
If they can, yes. And good thing about this is you can make this double many different ways, either side of the rock, and you can also keep your shooter around too. So that could be like that 3-for-1 we were talking about. This needs to curl, and it is. It looks really close. And will they stuff it? They stuff it, but that's not bad. That's fine. And yeah, we're seeing a lot better hits here out of Bucks the last few rocks. It's good to see. Dylan, a little bit of a smile. A little bit of a shimmy. A little bit of a shimmy.
Okay.
A little confident in this A final. Yeah, I'm probably going to see a hit here. Definitely want to hit the high side to avoid any chance of a jam. Bashford.
On that side, the Bucks has been having some trouble with.
Yeah, but I think Bashford will probably throw a touch more weight than what we've seen out of Bucks. Let's see. Rock is away. Sweep is on from Jared. Mine looks pretty good here. I think this is good for nose. Nice roll. Nice throw here from Jonathan. And here you go. Nose hit. So
Definitely harder to get a double out of this setup, but
yeah, I mean, the other thought maybe would be to freeze to that top rock, and you wouldn't be shot, but it'd be more difficult for Team Broomstones to remove that rock if it's in front. But playing a bit more conservatively, just going for the hit. I will say Bucks will probably need to take a few more chances as we get further along in this game, given the scoreboard. You're only down 2, so not crazy, but we'll need probably to put a few more rocks in play to force Broomstones into more mistakes. But look at this roll. That's a really nice roll there. And they do sit second shot, but again, in a position where that rock can be jammed.
Yes. And also, wider hits are harder.
They are. Tend to have to throw a bit more weight, and when you throw more weight, that's when the mistakes can kind of creep in.
And who knows what kind of junk's sitting on that side of the ice.
But how about this, going inside out at it? Throwing the good stuff.
Sometimes when a rock curls like crazy going one way, it might just go straight the other way.
Yeah, that's true.
Traditionally, inside out curls a little more.
Inside out tends to curl more. There's some tricky spots here at Broomstones, to be honest. Sometimes they straighten out at the end, but this is going to be a push from Jared, it looks like, and vigorous call from Dylan. Now the straight sweep is on, and this looks pretty good. This is a nice shot. Yeah, it'll roll out, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. They're in a spot where hit and rollouts are totally acceptable.
Always going for your 2. Love to get multiple, but
Yeah.
keep that 2 in your pocket.
Yeah. So now Bucks with a chance to hit.
I think Bucks, a lot of contemplation. I think they know, we gotta get something here.
Yeah,
Need
for
to-
sure. Yeah, they're looking to just hit, I think, and there's really no place to. You could, if you had a big roll, try to get towards that other red rock, but I think they're content with hitting and sticking around really anywhere, forcing Dylan to make the nose hit right back.
I think they're even saying it would be nice if we flopped all the way over to the other side of the rings,
Yeah.
but those are so.
That's tough. Yeah.
Our rocks are so deceiving by how dead they are.
Really? You think so?
That our rocks are dead?
I think there's a good amount of liveliness to our rocks.
I think it's so great that you think that.
Okay. Alright. I mean, have you ever played at some of these other clubs? I don't know.
I've played
Have you heard
at
of
many other
TCC?
clubs. I've actually never been to TCC.
Really?
I don't think I'm in their tax bracket.
Oh, all right, that's fair. I mean, I'm not either, but I have played there. I'm playing there tomorrow, actually. And those rocks are dead. You want to talk about dead rocks?
I was when it's
Much
something
love
like,
to my TCC friends, but
something like
they'll
the
admit it.
Scotties going on. I try to remind myself, don't get too distracted by what angles they're calling for. I don't have those.
So this rock's away, and I'm worried that it's.
Oh.
Well, let's see. It's trying to curl, but I think it's still got to curl more. I thought it should have been a push, but it's just gonna. Oh, it just wicks it. Yeah, I think they needed to push that over. Bit of a missed sweep call.
John
And
not happy. John
yeah,
called the lawn from his delivery.
yeah. So unfortunate there for Bucks. So this will.
They'll have another opportunity.
They will. But Broomstone's here with hammer, chance to sit 3, and this could be.
Their first.
This is only the first. And again, no guards for Bucks to hide around, so bit of a scary situation for Bucks.
Nice clean ends.
Yeah?
Can keep it straightforward, but
Yes. I think, you were some of your earlier calls about maybe getting a center guard up there, earlier. Yeah. Be nice to have for sure. So, first for Dylan, drawn to the wing here. Bashford's wanting to have this rock be top 12, top 8. And they're on the sweep vigorously. They want it in the house. Will it make it? Will it make the house? It looks like it will. Yeah.
thank your sweepers.
Thank your sweepers. That's a drink at the bar for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep. Jared's happy.
gassed.
Yeah.
He's gassed.
He's gassed, but it was worth it.
High five to
It was
Allison.
worth it.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay, Dylan. I saw that.
Well. Yeah. So, Bucks County attempting their shot here, and again, they're facing 3. Now, I will say where Dylan did throw that rock, does leave a chance to maybe come around.
Yes. For sure. Right. You gotta go for something here, and just hope at this point. But if you can get around that,
Yeah.
and even in a spot where a hit might jam on that back red.
Yeah, I think this is really the only call you have for Bucks. Like, you could, throw the double on the top rock there and try to get the one in the back. But I think you're at a point where you got to make Dylan make a shot here and try to steal if you can, given the scoreboard. So, that's a lot of weight. Looks like he's throwing the out turn on this other rock. Interesting. Okay. Didn't expect this call, but
He did just throw it.
he did just throw it. Did he make it this time? Let's see. It is gonna flash, unfortunately. Yeah. Interesting call there. Probably not what I would have done, but that's okay. And Broomstone's now with a chance to really put a
They're a little ruthless out there.
dagger right through Bucks County and make this draw for 4.
Not very welcoming to our guests, I'll say.
Well, I'm just saying, A final.
It's kind of cringy to win your own tournament, though.
Yeah, you never really want to do that, but
Did anyone tell
I
you?
don't
It's
think
500.
Dylan's going to
Do
be
they
too
know?
upset. I don't think Dylan's going to be too upset. So, just need to touch paint here, and wonder if we'll see handshakes if the shot is made. Dylan throwing the draw.
500 curling anything can.
It's true, but you'd be down, let's see, 6 with 2 ends to play. That's on the fringe. We'll see, though.
It's fine.
Cleaning the rock, now a sweep. I think it's going to be just fine.
Pretty nice.
And this will touch the paint. And we do see handshakes, so that will do it for the A final. Congratulations to Team Broomstones, their team, Dylan Wright, Jonathan Bashford, Jared Smith, Allison O'Connor, for a really well-played final and really well-played event in general. They went undefeated through this event and were by far.
Good luck to them at Nationals.
Yeah, good luck at Nationals. I think there's a couple more months to that, potentially.
I believe it was
Is it early May? So definitely a great way to lead up to that event. So yeah, congrats to them, but also congrats to Team Bucks County for their second place finish. Had a very nice week. John Trader, Dave Grassi, Jeff Gelman, John Frank. Really good showing to finish second.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it is 3 of their members' 5th years.
Okay. So they graduate to the non-5 and under events.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, yeah. I know that area really well. It'd be a little scary, I'll be honest. You see some of these monsters that curl. monsters in the good sense, really good curlers. Yeah.
Traditionally good sense.
Yeah. The Monica Walkers of the world.
Oh
See
my
them and
gosh.
see people like that in a Bonspiel, but it's fun. It makes it fun. So, we do have a few other games going on. We do have the all 4 house view. We can certainly keep tabs here.
Oh, they already have the trophy out there. It's picture
Oh, how about
my
that? How
goodness.
about that? Very nice. Bashford late to the picture. Now there he is.
Custom tees?
Yeah, I think they're in the running for best outfits of the week for sure.
Someone has a cricket.
Yeah,
What can't they do?
yeah, very good.
Crafts and curling?
Exactly.
Some people, and that's a double threat.
It is. Do you want to keep the action right here? Is you looking at the other sheets, or?
I think I should probably go.
Yeah, you got a lot going
serve our
on.
winners. They're
You
gonna
should.
be wanting
You
drinks
should.
after
You
this.
should.
But thanks for having me, Matt.
Of course, Kelsey. Always a pleasure. Always
Really?
so much fun. Yes,
Oh my gosh,
of course.
thank
Are you kidding
you.
me? This is a blast.
All right. Have fun, and thanks
I'll
to
stick
everyone
around,
watching.
but yeah, Kelsey will go to the bar, and I'll stick around and watch some of these last few games wrap up here. We do have close games, so if you are watching on our Sheet 2 feed, you can transition if you'd like to the all 4 house view, as I believe we have commentary on that as well. So just kind of keeping a quick eye here. It looks like Sheet 1 and Sheet 3 are the closest games right now. Sheet 4 is a bit of a runaway. So I'll kind of keep an eye on Sheet 1 and Sheet 3. Sheet 1 again, we have the North End team versus Cape Cod. And it looks like we're on Skip Rocks on Sheet 1. So Hamad is looking to throw an out turn, either draw or maybe bump this yellow rock. And the rock is coming in. The line looks good. Looks like just draw weight. And will it get to the face of that yellow rock? Oh, it just checked up. Just checked up a little bit. And yellow will still sit the 1. And they have hammer as well. So they have a chance to maybe bump that yellow rock into second shot position to get their 2 that way. Let's see if they can make this shot here. They are trailing 5-2, so this will be a big shot if they can make it and cut the deficit to 1. And meanwhile, on Sheet 3, we have a rock go a little heavy through the rings for Patty's team. And McGurk looking like they're trying to hit that rock in the back of the house. Team Orange Pants. Tyler Holloway looking for the hit in the back of the house. And is this narrow? It looks like it might be narrow to that guard. And looks like it will... Ooh, it just gets by. Just gets by. And will nose hit that red rock in the back. Nice shot from Tyler. Meanwhile, Sheet 1, the tap attempt. It looks real good. It'll tap it. Will it tap it too far? No! That'll be 2 yellow for Team Cape Cod, and they cut the deficit to 5-4. Nice shot there from the skip of Cape Cod, John Kellicrew. And that game will likely come down to the wire. Sheet 3. This is fun. I like going back and forth between the sheets. This is awesome. We have Jill throwing, looks like an out turn hit on that yellow rock. And this rock's curling, and Patty's vociferously yelling for the sweep. And looks like I think this will also just get by. And it will make contact. And who is shot over there on Sheet 3? Looking at the overhead, I think it's red. I believe red is shot. And it's around that guard too, so that's going to be kind of a hard rock to get to. Looks like on sheet 4 we have the hammer throw. Looks like hammer throw. This is exit 10. So Wei Sung Kim throwing the out turn. And looking like drawing against one red at the top of the 12 here. And this one will come up. They're sweeping it. Might be a little light. We'll just get to the rings. They just need to be in the 12 foot, but I don't think it's going to get there. And looks like that'll be oh, looks like red does have one more. So red does have hammer. They will have a chance to draw for 2. Cut that deficit. Man, this feels like the curling version of Red Zone. This is pretty cool. Kind of just bouncing around each sheet. It's fun. This is pretty fun for me. So going back to sheet 1, we're still, I believe, on lead rocks. And yellow sitting 1, looking to draw a second counter. Let's see where this ends up. Line looks pretty nice. And the weight looks all there to me from here. And this will get a nice cover around that corner guard, too. Nice shot there for lead from Cape Cod. I have Chris Morrissey as the lead there. So, yeah, Cape Cod looking for a nice comeback there against my North End friends. But North End with hammer, so a lot left to play for in that end. Patty on sheet 3, looking for the hit on that yellow rock in the back. And looking good. We'll make the shot. Nose hit. And red sits 1 there. We had back-to-back blanks on sheet 3. Not bad for a 5 and under. So, Dan McGurk looking to follow suit, probably looking for that same nose hit. So, Dan McGurk throwing the out turn. And they're trying to push this over. And looks like it'll hit half a rock, roll out of the rings. And do we have a chance to see 3 straight blanks in our D event final? That would be something. Don't think I've seen that before. I know there's rules in the Grand Slam of curling where if you blank, I think twice in a row, you lose hammer, but we certainly don't have that rule here at Broomstones. So Patty coming out, throwing the out turn. Looking like she's trying to get a little coverage around that corner guard. They're on the sweep. They think it's a little light. And I think it's going to get by this rock. And now it's all about trying to get around the guard. And we'll go to the back of the rings, but we'll stop in the back 12. but I believe be pretty exposed from the hack view. And Dan McGurk looks like he's throwing just, control weight at this. But probably, I don't have the exact angle at this, but must be able to see a good chunk of this rock if he's throwing this much weight at it. And could see again another blank end. Meanwhile, sheet 1, we did have a flash from north end. As yellow is sitting 1 and I believe second shot as well. Meanwhile, hammer on 3. Dan McGurk looking for another blank. And this looks good. And will hit and roll out. And that'll be another blank. 3 consecutive blanks. Can't say I've seen that before. At this level, certainly. So we'll go to the 8th end with a 1-point game. Going back to sheet 1. Yellow's drawing in, trying to sit 3. Comes up a little light. But in a pretty good spot, kind of guarding that yellow rock. I think the nose hit will certainly jam, I believe, on north end's red rock. So Ahmad looking like he's still calling that shot. Maybe trying to hit it a bit thinner than nose. With Andy Giovanna, the vice for north end. Rock is away. Indication is he's a bit wide, but this rock should come over. They're on the sweep. Will hit half a rock. Does jam like I predicted, but removes one of those back yellows. And pretty good shot. So red, I believe, is shot after that, but is completely open. And Cape Cod will look to hit that rock with Greg Lauer, the vice. And the intern here hit. Looks like it's looking pretty good. They're off the sweep, but looks like it'll hit nose, just off nose. It does sit in time to sit third count. So Cape Cod really putting the pressure on without hammer. And Hamad looking for a draw to the side of the 8 foot. And this would be a good spot if Andy can make this. Nice freeze would be really hard to remove that rock. So big shot here from Andy. Indication is maybe a bit heavy. The line looks okay. Line looks pretty good. Now they're on the sweep. This is starting to cut pretty hard for them. Will it get by this top yellow? Looks like it might freeze. Might freeze that top yellow. Well, it comes up a bit short. And does only sit for 4th counter. And Cape Cod a chance to potentially sit 4 here if they choose. Could choose to maybe throw a guard on that rock, but without anything in the 4 foot, probably want to come into the rings at this point. Meanwhile, on sheet 3, we have a hit attempt, hit and roll out. Yellow sits the 1 with a high center guard. And Patty looking for a little tighter center guard, which is a call I like. They're in all-out steal mode here. Gotta steal at least 1. to keep the game going. And John Markarian throwing the out turn. And rock is coming down. Line looks good. Way looks pretty good too. And this should settle in a nice 2-3 guard position. Will it come into the house? Might sneak in. Nope, just stops right exactly where Patty wanted that rock. So really nice shot. And McGurk wastes no time, just calling for the peel as we are beyond the 5 rock rule. Patty probably hoping for a nose hit on the center guard. And rock is coming down. This is Jonathan Hickey. Gets the nice half rock peel. Rolls the shooter away. And Patty, once again looking for that center guard. Pointing to a place where it'd get a little bit more cover around that high center guard. And would be definitely what you need if you're trying to steal our center guard. So that's a good call from Patty. North end trying to decide what to do here is looks like Cape Cod. Not sure what happened with their last rock, but they're still sitting 3. Ahmad deciding what to do. Looks like Markarian hogged that rock, unfortunately. So McGurk will be able to hit this high center guard and keep the front wide open, which is what you want with hammer in the last end. Jonathan Hickey looking for the hit. This looks like it might, let's see. Yeah, it hits thick piece of that rock, does roll over, gets it off the center line. So nice shot there from Jonathan. And meanwhile, sheet 1, Hamad coming in. Looks like a draw. Is it heavy? Needs to stop, I think, or maybe a rub. No, it's sort of in between both, and I think unfortunately will be a bit heavy, and no, won't count. We don't count any of those yellow counters right now. So yellow continues to sit 3. And Cape Cod probably can throw something cutting off that draw attempt that Hamad just tried. Be a pretty good spot. Force him to make the wide draw would be what I would go for. Meanwhile, sheet 3, a nice freeze here. Great freeze attempt from Jill from Freda. Super sub making that shot. And Tyler is asked to hit this rock. But again, in a very jammable position. Needs to hit the high side of this rock to avoid any jam. And the indication is right off from Dan. Now they're trying the straight sweep. And where will this go? It will jam, but does roll the shooter to the 4-foot. And Jill will look into maybe play a hit and flop to separate these reds. Meanwhile, sheet 1, last for Cape Cod. They put their broom on the edge of the 12, so looking to cover the front. And this has pretty good weight to it. It's coming over. And yeah, I think this is going to be pretty good for them. It's going to kind of cut off this out-turn draw and really just stop on the center line. But I think Hamad now has the in-turn potentially if he wants it. Sheet 3, hit attempt. Hit and roll towards the other red rock, so does potentially leave a double there. Let Dan waste very little time in calling. So Tyler going for the hit, inside out, like normal weight. Sweep is on. Going for a push. Looks like nose to me. Yeah, nose hit, but does sit for shot. And it'll be a rock that Patty will have to deal with. Meanwhile, sheet 1, big shot here for Hamad. Looking to, at the very least, cut down Cape Cod with his hammer. And rock is away. It looks a little narrow. It's on the left side of the center line already. This needs to get by if you're North End. They're on the sweep. They're sweeping it well. Look at by this yellow on the left. Will it get a wick? It'll get a little bit of a wick. And it will roll into the 8-foot. And is it shot? It's close. I think it might be 1 yellow from here. I don't think it's 2. I think that's 1 yellow. Teams are discussing. But 1 yellow is not a bad result if you're North End. You still retain the hammer all tied up in the last end. Sheet 3, Patty's tap attempt hit. Comes up a little wide. Doesn't make contact. And yellow will sit 1 still. And interesting decision here from McGurk. Deciding where to throw this rock. Probably the best spot is on the other side of the 8-foot, sitting second. Definitely don't want to throw any guards here for Patty to draw around on the center line especially. So I think they're looking to draw to the side of the 8 based on that broom. And that seems to be the indication what they're going to do on sheet 3. Sheet 1, center guard for Cape Cod is a very nice spot. Will it touch the rings? It's super close. Ahmad's going to take a look at it. Yeah, so that ended up just biting the ring. So Hamad will opt to hit that rock. Meanwhile, sheet 3. Drawn to the side of the 8-foot. Weight looks pretty good. Line's okay. Will be a little deep, but it will stick around for second shot. Does potentially give Patty a chance to freeze on that rock. And I think she wastes no time in calling that. Sheet 1 ended up being a draw to the top 8, which is not a bad result for North End. It's on the side, but Cape Cod is able to hit that rock. But we'll keep the action now on sheet 3 as Patty needs to be shot here to keep the game going. Looking for that draw to that back 8 rock and sit shot. And we'll try to make Dan McGurk throw his last. In-turn draw from Patty is away. Sweepers are on it immediately. And they need to get this to basically at least be in the 4-foot. And I just don't think it has the gas to get there. It will be short. And Dan McGurk will win this game in a very close game. Well contested D final. So congrats to Team McGurk, Team Orange Pants on winning that. over Patty and her team. So sheet 1, we have a hit and roll that lands on the back 8, and Cape Cod will look to freeze to that rock. This is the second for Cape Cod, Eric Elfman. Looking to come into the rings. And the line looks pretty good. The weight does too. Don't think they'll get on the back red, but I think the call was top 4. And yeah, this is a nice rock. It'll be right around the button. And we'll be at least half covered by that rock that's biting the rings. Ahmad calling for the hit. I think he's going to be happy with either hitting the rock on the button or removing that rock that's just biting, top 12. And this is Jacob Feldman throwing second rocks. Looks a bit wide from here. Looks like it's trying to curl. It's a push. And looks like it's going to get by the top. Okay, it just ticks over, but does open up shot rock. So not a bad result. Does clear the front there. So I think Ahmad would be relatively happy with that rock. And looks like we had handshakes on sheet 4 as well. So congrats to Team Exit 10 on their victory over Team Matt Robinette. That was the blue final, the blue division final. Looks like a nice shot here from Cape Cod, drawing top 8 and in front of shot rock. So North End will look for just for even a removal of that top 8 rock would be pretty good, but is a chance for a double. Jacob throwing the rock. Is on the outside, but his first rock moved over. Will this curl enough to make contact? No, it'll actually remove their red rock and bump that back to back 12. And now Cape Cod sits 2 and we'll look for a center guard. So last game in town here, sheet 1. And this is the vice for Cape Cod, Greg Lauer. And this is coming over. Has a pretty good line to it, but it might slightly over curl for the center line or for guarding that rock. And it does come into the rings. So Hamad can see a little bit of that rock on the right, but I think is content with just peeling out the top, what Cape Cod just threw, and really just open up things for his hammer throws, as they just do need the 1 to win the game, as it is tied. So really just trying to give himself a look at the 4-foot. Andy throwing normal weight, a little wide, but will make contact. It appears, yeah, he does remove that top yellow rock, which Hamad wanted, and does open up things a little bit more, but Cape Cod likely will throw the same shot and really just try to cover up things. Again, looking for that 3 guard. Really just trying to cover these 2 yellow rocks, which are lined up pretty nicely. Sweepers are right off. Looks like it'll have pretty similar weight and maybe even freeze against this yellow rock. And it will. Does leave a double. If you hit that top rock anywhere near the nose, should remove both yellow rocks. So here's Andy. Looking for this nose hit, throwing his out turn. And the rock is away. There's plenty of weight. Caitlin on the sweep. And this is close. Should be really good. Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice nose hit. Double. Does stick the shooter there, but it is north end color rock. So can be run back, potentially. And I think if you're north end, yeah, I think you're just probably throwing another center guard. Probably don't need to be that tight. I think if I were the Cape Cod team, I'd probably throw this a bit higher. Maybe in a 2 guard position. But the indication was more in that 3 guard range. Looking at the house view, that yellow rock is pretty much totally buried behind that red rock. Don't think you'll be able to see much of that from the hack. Could maybe throw draw weight at it and try to bump it off the button, as that yellow rock is, I believe, touching a bit of the pin. So we'll be needing to move that rock if you're north end. But let's see where this rock ends up for Cape Cod. Looking for that center guard. Rock is away. Mine looks good. And sweepers are not on it. Rock is coming over. And now they're on the sweep, trying to push it. And this should be pretty good. It'll get a good chunk of that red rock, but probably can throw the out turn at this and move that rock if they choose to. Caitlin's looking for the draw, which I don't mind if you make it. It is a bit risky if you're light. You definitely don't want to throw this light and kind of add another guard to what Cape Cod already has. But Hamad definitely with a few options here. And based on this broom, we'll try to maybe pick that yellow with some weight. I mean, probably would be okay with even hitting his own out, just opening things up a little bit. So I think that is the call. Again, I don't think he's going to be able to see much of this yellow from the hack, but maybe enough to move it. So big shot here from Hamad. I think you definitely don't want to flash this on the wide side. That would be certainly worst case scenario. But definitely not drawing with this broom either. So let's see how much weight he throws here out of the hack. Yeah, he's coming out with some speed for sure. It's good normal weight. Looks like he flipped it out a touch. Let's see. Is this on the side yellow? Looks like it's on. Oh, he does get it. Does pick it out. Doesn't roll far enough. And I believe red is shot. We're at a great shot there. And the crowd goes kind of crazy. And now yellow will now have to either play a tap on their yellow rock or just simply draw in. There's certainly plenty of room to make that draw on the in-turn side. But what a great shot from Hamad to pick that rock clean. I don't have the house view up, but it looks like, I mean, he must have not, he probably had less than a quarter of rock from what he could see from the hack. So great shot, especially with that weight he threw as well. So yeah, Cape Cod now needing to basically touch the 8-foot to be shot here, or North End will not have to throw their last rock. So here's the skip for Cape Cod, John Kelligrew. Looking for this end turn draw. Does have a lot of cover if he is able to throw the right weight in the right line. Rock is away. Sweepers aren't on it yet. Thinking like it's all there. It is curling though. I think it's getting close. Now they're on the sweep. Sign looks pretty good. They stopped sweeping, but it's looking nice. It will get around. And what a nice shot from Cape Cod. They do sit shot on the 8-foot. But Hamad, I believe, will have this red-yellow. I think he should be able to see enough of it to bump this yellow back and stick that raised rock right there for the win. He's thinking about maybe other options too. Yeah, that's the initial thought as well. The North End team is looking at that red-yellow raise. And I think that's what Hamad's going to go with. I mean, he just made a similar shot with his first. Narrow port. And getting input from all team members here. Andy offering his thoughts. But a lot of discussion here for obviously a very important shot. And yeah, it looks like putting the broom just on the side of the 4-foot. I think based on what Hamad just threw, I think he's more comfortable with the upweight stuff, so might be throwing close to normal here, or at least control. You could definitely certainly opt if you wanted to throw something that's a bit softer, like board or, you know, even hack, but is going for, based on that broom, at least control up weight, and really just needs to hit that rock, you know, anywhere near nose is pretty good. And based on the weight that he's going to throw, it just needs to touch that yellow rock. And I think what Andy was saying earlier, even if your shooter doesn't stick, or the raised red doesn't stick around, they believe they are second shot in the back of the 8. So rock is away, good normal weight. Sweep is on. It's got to get by this yellow rock. Will it get by? Oh, it just wicks. And unfortunately is a miss. And Cape Cod will steal this one with the entire club watching. And nice comeback win there for Cape Cod, and very close finish there in our white division, as Cape Cod will take that one and North End will finish second. But well played game by both teams. Very exciting finish to our Bonspiel. So that will conclude things from our USWCA 5 and under Broomstones Bonspiel. Thank you for tuning in, watching our coverage. Always a pleasure to do commentary. My name is Matt Hughes. Be wrapping up here from Broomstones. Thanks again for watching, and thanks to Kelsey earlier for doing co-commentary. Hope you enjoyed the coverage, and hopefully we see you down the road at the curling club. Take care for now. Bye-bye.